in the Mid-Murray part of South Australia. So we've been invited here by Wellbeing SA to conduct this one-day meditation retreat here. And what we usually do in a one-day meditation retreat is begin with some what we call morning chanting. If you open up to page 3, so you'll see that morning chanting is, well, chanting in particular is a very good way of starting off your day, starting off in preparing your mind for meditation as well. So the meaning in the chanting is recollecting the Buddha who lived 2,569 years ago, and also recollecting his teachings called the Dhamma, and finally recollecting his students, which is called the Sangha, or the community of monks. So you'll find in the translation of the chanting, the meaning of it is called recollecting the qualities of the Buddha. So what we're not doing here is we're not praying. A lot of people think it's a form of prayer, but it's actually a recollection. So we're recollecting the qualities of the Buddha. And what are the qualities of the Buddha? It's compassion, kindness, purity of mind, peace, tranquility, these sorts of noble qualities which we're trying to incline our minds to. So you'll find some of the language is borrowed language, like you'll see, we often say that the Lord Buddha. It's hard to find a good translation in English in terms of like revering somebody of noble qualities. But the Buddha wasn't a god. The Buddha was a human being. So when we recollect his qualities, we try and use this reverential language. And so, but the English language is a little bit limited in terms of choices of words we have. But basically, that's what we'll start off the day doing. And if you feel comfortable to join in, you're welcome to join in. Another aspect of the chanting is what we do is we bow. So in Buddhism, the bowing is we bow 3 times. Once again, it's bowing firstly to the Buddha, secondly to his teachings, and thirdly to all his students. So I myself, I really enjoyed bowing when I first heard about bowing. Bowing brought me a lot of happiness. I found I got a lot of joy from bowing. When we hold our ego, our sense of self very strongly, it's like we don't want to bow to anything or anyone. But when we learn how to let go of our ego, let go of our strong sense of self, we learn how to bow to something which we respect. And so that which we respect is the Buddha and what he represents, his teachings and his noble disciples. So just giving you a little bit of a background as to what we're doing today. We're trying to cultivate peace, tranquility in our minds through trying meditation today. As we all know, we have very busy lives these days, even more so than in the past. So days like this where we can just push the stop button, come to a place like this and join in with a routine. So Today, don't expect too much from yourself as well. Just enjoy a peaceful day of meditation. Um, Try your best to follow the instructions. Um, I'll go through and give you a guided meditation in a little while. This helps to give you a understanding of the basics of meditation as well. And the idea today is to just let go of any worries and concerns, leave that in the car park. Like you can wait till you get home to worry about the world again. But for today, you can just settle in, relax, and enjoy the peace and quiet of being with fellow meditators and with the monks today, and enjoy just the peace and quiet of a day of practice together. So to start with, we'll do a little bit of chanting and I'll lead you in all that, and then we'll start on page 3 of the chanting book. Anyone who's just come in, you're welcome to pick up a chanting book on the table just over by the sound system. For those of you who are unfamiliar with how we bow in our tradition, so our tradition is called Theravada Buddhism, and our particular lineage comes from Thailand, northeast Thailand. So I'll just demonstrate to you all what's called a 5-point prostration. So we begin with our hands at our heart like this. This is called the Anjali position. So this is the first point of the 5-point bow. And then we go to our forehead, which is the second point. And then we come down, put our hands on the ground, which is the third. And then our elbows down. And then that's 4. And then 5 is our forehead to the ground. And then we go back to our hands at our heart again. Okay, so we do that 3 times. It's a 5-point prostration. Okay, so we can do that together. And bow. Okay, we can open our chanting books to page 3 and feel free to follow along with the chanting. It is in a language called Pali, so it's a little bit difficult to follow, but just do your best. Yo so bhagava arahang samma sambuddho sawakato yena bhagavata dhammo supatipatno yasa bhagavato Tamayang bhagavantang satamang sasankang ime hi sakare hi yatarahang aropite hi habipujayama Satuno pante bhagava suchira pariniputopi pachima chanatanukampamanasa ime sakare tukata panakara pute patikanhatu อัมหาคังติกรทังหิตายาสุขายาอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธภะคะวาพุทธังภะคะวันตังหะปิวาเตมิ สวากขาโตปะกวะตาธัมโมธัมมังนัมมาสามิปะมโนสานังพุทโธสัตตังสัพพยังชนะเกวลาปริปุนังปริสุตังปรมจาริยังปะกาเสสีธัมมังภะคะวันตังหะปิปุจจยามิธัมมังภะคะวันตังศิรสานามามิ หันธรรมยังธรรมาปิตุทิงคารโรมาเซโยโสสวากขาโตภะคะวะตาธัมโมสันติติโกหะคาลิโกเฮหิปัสสิโกโอปนัยโกปัจจตังเวทิตาปุเวนยุหิธัมมังธัมมังหาปิปุจจยามิธัมมังธัมมังศิรสานามามิ อันธรรมยังสังฆาปิตุทิงคารโรมาเซโยโสสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอุชุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆ ญาญาปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสัมนิชิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆ Yadidang chatari purisa yukani hatta purisa pukala esa bhagavato esa waka sangho ahunayo pahunayo takineyo anjali karaniyo Anuttarang punya ketang lokasa Tammahang sangkang happy pujayami Tammahang sangkang sirasa namami. Okay, we can turn to page 39. It's the English chant of the Buddha's words on loving kindness. Now let us chant the Buddha's words on loving kindness. This is what should be done by one who is skilled in goodness and who knows the path of peace. Let them be able and upright, straightforward and easy to teach, humble and not conceited, contented and easily satisfied, unburdened with duties and frugal in their ways, peaceful and calm and wise and skillful, not proud and demanding in nature. Let them not do the slightest thing that the wise would later reprove, wishing in gladness and in safety. May all beings be at ease, whatever living beings there may be, whether they are weak or strong, omitting none, the great or the medium, short or small, the seen and the unseen, those living near and far away, those born and to be born, may all beings be at ease. Let none deceive another, or despise any being in any state. Let none through anger or ill will wish harm upon another, even as a mother protects with her life her child, her only child, so with a boundless heart should one cherish all living beings, radiating kindness over the entire world, spreading upwards to the skies and downwards to the depths, outwards and unbounded, freed from hatred and ill will, with walking, seated or lying down, free from drowsiness. One should sustain this recollection. This is said to be the sublime abiding, by not holding to fixed views. The pure-hearted one, having clarity of vision, being freed from all sense desires, is not born again into this world. Page 46. The reflection on universal well-being. Hantamayang metta paranang karumase ahang sukito homi nidoko homi awiro homi apaya pacho homi Aniko homi sukhiyatanang pariharami sape sata sukita hontu sape sata hawira hontu sape sata hapaya pacha sape Kahuntu sape sata sukhiyatanang pariharantu sape sata sapadukha pamunchantu sape sata lata sampatito mavikachantu sape sata kama saka kama dayata Kammayoni kamma pantu kamma patisarana yang kammang karisanti kalayanang wapapakang wata sadayata pavisanti. May I abide in well-being, in freedom from affliction, in freedom from hostility, in freedom from ill will, in freedom from anxiety, and may I maintain well-being in myself. May everyone abide in well-being, in freedom from hostility, in freedom from ill will, in freedom from anxiety, and may they maintain well-being themselves. May all beings be released from all suffering, and may they not be parted from the good fortune they have attained. When they act upon intention, all beings are the owners of their action. Its results, their future is born companion to such action, and its results will be their home. All actions with intention, be they skillful or harmful, of such acts they will be the heirs. And finally, page 32. Page 32. The verses of sharing and aspiration in English. Now let us chant the verses of sharing and aspiration. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, may my spiritual teachers and guides of great virtue, Mother, my father, and my relatives, the sun and the moon, and all virtuous leaders of the world, may the highest gods and evil forces, celestial beings, guardian spirits of the earth, and the Lord of death, may those who are friendly, indifferent, or hostile, may all beings receive the blessings of my life. May they soon attain the threefold bliss and realize the deathless. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, and through this act of sharing, may all desires and attachments quickly cease, and all harmful states of mind, till I realize Nibbana in every of birth. May I have an upright mind, with mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May the forces of delusion take hold, no weaken my resolve. The Buddha is my excellent refuge. Unsurpassed is the protection of the Dhamma. The solitary Buddha is my noble guide. The Sangha is my supreme support. Through the supreme power of all these, may darkness and delusion be dispelled by the protective power of the 10 meritorious deeds. May Mara gain no opening. Okay, good morning once again to everyone for joining today's program, one day meditation retreat here at Atherstone School. This is the first time we've ever done this, so it's both probably new to you and new to me and us. So it's really great to see so many people come to join today's program. My name is Ajahn Nyanadipo, and I'm the Abbot of Bodhipala Monastery, which is about an hour and 10 minutes away from here, up towards the Barossa Valley. And these are my monks that we live together, Venerable Satchidammo and Venerable Jyotidammo, who've kindly joined me as well today. For today, I'm not very familiar with the school and the layout, but I do know where the toilets are. So just pointing out the toilets are in the back right-hand corner of the room. If you need them, they're there. And I believe there's refreshments outside if you need them. Wellbeing SA has done an amazing job arranging everything. So there's even lunch for everyone today as well. So you don't need to worry about anything today. So that's the point of today, is to put our worries and concerns, put them down for today. So when you come into the hall, you can remind yourself, don't need to bring your worries and concerns in here. You just learn how to let go. So it's a really important Buddhist principle, is letting go. So that's what we're doing today while we're practicing meditation. You might notice when you're trying to calm your mind that you'll have thoughts come up. And this is very normal. We think all the time, and oftentimes our thinking seems to control us rather than us controlling our thinking. So for today, we're trying to develop the skill of letting go, being able to let go of our thinking about the past, about the future, and come back to the present moment, coming back to this hall right here, right now, letting go of your concerns about what might happen in the future, what has happened in the past, what should happen in the future, what should have happened in the past. Normally our minds and the content of our minds is bouncing between future proliferation and worries and concerns about the past. So for today, we're learning how to let go of those by using a meditation object. Okay, so what I'll do first is show you how to sit in the best posture possible. So there's no real firm must with in terms of posture, but the best, if you are flexible enough, posture to go into is called the half lotus position. Okay, so that's when you have one foot up on top of your thigh, yeah, like this. So it's usually your right leg on top of your left. And don't worry if you can't do this. So we call this the half lotus. If you see, this Buddha statue is actually sitting exactly like that. Some Buddha statues have both legs up, and some people are very, very flexible. I can see some very already very good meditators. Then you can get both feet up, but this can get quite painful quite quickly. So if you can maintain this posture, this is very good. The one of the reasons is because it keeps your knees like planted down on the ground, yeah, and it creates this triangle. So when a triangle is quite a good shape, very stable. Now, what helps us in sitting like this is these cushions. So if you don't have a cushion already, people are always scared to sit in the front row here, too close to the monks, too scary. So you can pinch or grab a cushion here. Feel free, there's not a problem. No one's sitting here, and you use the cushion to put underneath your bum, and this helps us to keep our back really straight. Yeah. So when our back is straight, it's a very good position for awakeness, alertness, mindfulness. So when I'm talking about letting go today, it's not letting go of everything and falling asleep, okay? We're trying to let go of our overthinking, our worries, our concerns. We're not trying to let go of consciousness. So if this posture is too difficult for you, or you have a lot of pain, you can sit in a chair. For those of you sitting in chairs, I recommend try not to lean back on the back, but just bring forward just a little bit so that you are holding yourself up. This will help keep you awake as well. So often people think, oh, I'll meditate at home, I'll meditate on my bed, I'll meditate on my couch. That's the worst idea, because you'll go to sleep for sure. So alertness, awakeness, mindfulness, that's what we're trying to cultivate today. So another posture is called kasamat, and that's basically just a normal folded leg posture. That's also okay. Yep. Like I said, the posture is important, but it's not the most important aspect of meditation. The most important aspect of meditation is what you're doing with your mind. Okay? So, like I said, a meditation object helps us ground us. When our mind floats off to the future or disappears to the past, we need something to anchor it back in the present moment. So once you've got your posture, then you can try and keep a very straight back, but not too tense as well. So we're not trying to stress ourselves out by being too overly strenuous. But we want to keep a sort of a wakeful, mindful posture. You can follow this instruction as I'm talking. So we try and close our eyes gently. or if closing your eyes feels too difficult, you can just cast your eyes down about a meter in front of you. So the idea about closing the eyes is to reduce the amount of sensory input that we're absorbing. We're trying to bring our attention inwards at this time. So as we close our eyes, we're lessening our input. We've come here to this one-day meditation retreat and we're practicing letting go. So we let go of our normal day, how we would normally spend it. We've let go of even our sensory input through our eyes. And we bring our attention to what's happening right here, right now. So you can try and, first of all, notice the temperature of the room. Some people might be feeling too warm. Some people might be feeling too cold. Some people might feel it's a appropriate temperature for them. But just bring your mind back to the present moment, right here, right now, and how your body is feeling in this present moment. As we bring our attention to our body, we can do what's called a body sweeping technique. So we bring our attention to the top of our heads, and from the top of our head we slowly sweep through our bodies from the top down. So going through our forehead, and we try and release any tension or tightness in our forehead, and we try and let it go. And you'll hear me talk about letting go a lot today. So letting go of any tension in your eyes, in your other parts of your face, maybe your jaw, your throat. Many people hold a lot of tension in their throat and their neck. So just consciously bringing your attention and practicing letting go, relaxing. But this is something we're mindfully and consciously doing. Then through to your shoulders. Mindfully letting go of any tension, tightness in your shoulders. Then moving down to your arms. And through your arms, any tension in your biceps, in your forearms, and going to your hands. A good place to place your hands is on your lap. Just like the Buddha statue, your right hand just cupped inside your left hand. But this is just the normal instructions. If you find other postures more suitable, that's also fine. Coming back to the hands, releasing any tension. Right out to the fingers, tips of the fingers. Then going through your torso, through your chest, releasing any tension through your heart region, your abdomen, right down to your stomach, down to your lower body, and then through your legs, just relaxing both legs, upper legs, lower legs, and right down to your feet, all the way to the ends of your toes. So this part of the meditation is called body sweeping. If you find that other parts of your body have tightened up once again, you can do the body sweeping once again. This helps bring our minds back to our bodies, back to the present moment. Another thing which is happening every moment of every day is that our bodies are breathing. We're breathing in and we're breathing out. So try and bring your attention to the feeling of the breath coming in through your nose, passing through your nose. Notice the cool air coming in through your nose, filling your lungs, and then exiting out your nose at a slightly warmer temperature than it came in, due to the fact that the air has been inside our bodies. This type of meditation object is called mindfulness of breathing, or in the Pali we call it anapanasati. And today we're going to try and work with this type of meditation object, the anapanasati, using the breath as our anchor, as I mentioned before. This is our focal point. We're trying to learn to bring our minds back to when our minds decide to float off to another topic, maybe thinking about home, what's happening at home, maybe thinking about the future, what you have to do next week. And we learn how to bring it back to our bodies, bringing back to the what's happening right here, right now, letting go of all those worries and concerns, and giving importance to just this much, what's happening right here, right now, in the present moment. We're teaching ourselves that this is all there is right here, right now. Just one in-breath and one out-breath. This is what sustains our lives as human beings. If we breathed in and we didn't breathe out, we wouldn't survive. If we breathed out and we didn't breathe in, we wouldn't survive either. So something we take for granted each and every day is this breathing in and breathing out. So the meditation on mindfulness of breathing is not about judging your breath. You don't need to have a running commentary on my breath is long, my breath is short, why is my breath like this, why is my breath like that. We're just trying to be mindful of what's happening. We say we're trying to be the knower, not the doer. So knowing the breath as it comes in and knowing the breath as it goes out. So today you'll hear me remind you about coming back to the breathing, and it's a very useful tool to have in the initial learning period of meditation, is an external reminder of to come back to the breathing. When I first started meditating, I kept forgetting to be mindful. So another word for mindfulness in the Pali is sati. And another translation of sati is recollection. So we're recollecting to be mindful. We're remembering to be mindful once again. So this takes a lot of patience and perseverance. So don't feel disappointed or concerned that you can do it or you can't do it. But just keep trying to apply yourself back to the in-breath and the out-breath, and just let go of those worries and concerns. At some point, there's maybe one point in your body where you feel like you feel the breath more strongly. That may be at the tip of the nose, at the chest, on the upper lip, anywhere it feels like you can follow the breathing a little bit easier. Or maybe it's more pronounced there for you. So just allow your attention to sit there and watch the breath coming in and go out. Our teacher, Venerable Ajahn Chah, used to use the analogy of that you're got a reception room in your house, like a foyer, and you put out a chair. And if you are not sitting in that chair, any visitor, whether welcome or unwelcome, has somewhere to sit down. And this is like our thoughts and our emotions. If we put out a chair for them, meaning we're not being mindful, then the thoughts will come, they'll sit there, and they'll occupy our mind for a long time. Or emotion will sit there and occupy our mind for a long time. What we're trying to do when we're establishing mindfulness is that we're trying to sit on the chair ourselves, like we're in control or we're being mindful. So if you're sitting on that chair in the foyer of that house, then any visitor that comes in has nowhere to sit down. So they'll come in for a short period of time, but because there's nowhere to sit down, they'll then leave because you're sitting there. So that's what we're trying to do when we establish mindfulness. We're sitting in that chair. Another good analogy for the practice of meditation is the analogy of the carpenter. When a carpenter is sawing a piece of timber, the carpenter's attention is at the point where his saw is touching the timber. The carpenter is not watching the saw go in and out, by watching the saw at every single point on the saw. He's simply keeping his attention at the one spot where the contact with the timber and the saw is. So very similar to what we're trying to do when we meditate. We're learning how to bring our attention to the breathing, the natural breath. We're not trying to force it in any way. And have our attention on a point in the breathing which captures our attention, and we just stay there, knowing it coming in, knowing it going out. Just like the carpenter watches the saw cutting through the timber. So we can practice that together for another few more minutes. Just trying to bring our attention back to the present moment, back to the in-breathing, the out-breathing, being the knower. If you find you're feeling sleepy, and once again, bring your attention back to your posture. Straighten your posture back up. If you find your mind wandering off once again, then remind yourself to just let go of that thought, that concern, that worry, and come back to the in-breathing and the out-breathing. Back to the present moment, back to this hall, back to the peace and quiet. You can tell yourself you can worry about those things later. Today we're just practicing letting go. can slowly open our eyes, and for the next part of this morning session, we'll be teaching you how to do walking meditation. So today, throughout this one-day meditation retreat, we will be swapping between walking meditation and sitting meditation. So some of you may be familiar with walking meditation, some not familiar. So walking meditation is a very good change of posture. I think many of you, if I forced you all to sit here all day, you'll be in a lot of pain. So it's a really good way of changing posture, stretching your legs, but also an excellent way of trying to keep your mindfulness continuous as well. So if we associate mindfulness with only sitting on a cushion in a peaceful hall with Ajahn Nyanadipo one time every few years, it's harder for us to then implement it into our lives. So walking meditation is a very good way of bridging that gap. So learning how to cultivate mindfulness while we're walking, much of our life we are walking. So whatever job you do, or maybe you're running errands, we're often walking from the car to the house, to the shopping center, to pick up the children, drop the children off. We're often walking from different place to place. So if we can learn how to keep up that mindfulness practice through this walking posture, it helps us remind ourselves to be mindful more often through our day. So I'll ask Venerable Satya Dhammo, if you won't mind, giving you a short demonstration of how we do walking meditation. So we try and pick a stretch off area around the grounds outside of the hall. It's a beautiful day today, so ideal for walking meditation. And it helps if we just keep the path just a straight line. So walking up, you gather your hands in front of you, and you're just bringing your attention to your feet touching the ground. So instead of being with the breathing, you're actually swapping that to being with your feet touching the ground. So you can do it at any pace you like. It doesn't have to be super slow, but it doesn't have to be super fast either, whatever pace you feel comfortable with. In the beginning stages, it helps to go a little bit slow, just so you get used to the feeling, really applying your attention to that feeling of the feet touching the ground. Thank you, Venerable. So learning how to change that attention from the breathing to the feet touching the ground. And then when your mind wanders off to topics, as you probably noticed during the meditation, our minds are pretty busy. And so learning how to bring that back to the feet touching the ground. Okay. If you find that your mind is really going off track, it's not wrong to just stop the walking and remind yourself, okay, I'm trying to bring my mind back to the present moment, back to the feeling touch of the feet touching the ground again. So stop for a bit, recollect yourself, and then start again. So that's walking meditation. Okay, in a few moments we'll do that. So you can pick any spot around the grounds, usually about 20 meters. Also, what we have over by Chanaka is a small clear box there, and there should be some paper and pen. Do we have some pens there, Chanaka? Pen and paper. And anyone who has a question about meditation or about Buddhism or even the monk's life or whatever you would like to ask about, you're welcome to write your question on the piece of paper and stick it inside the clear box, which I hope we brought the key to the box as well today. We will endeavor to answer all your questions after lunch. Okay, so today you're living like monks today. So what we'll do after the walking meditation, shortly after the walking meditation, there'll be an early lunch. As Buddhist monks, we have one main meal a day, and you can all join in that process as well. So you'll see that the monks will have big alms bowls. So our bowls will think, Chanaka, do we have a plate of rice for everyone, just like the monastery? Yep. And everyone will line up, and you can all put a spoonful of rice into the monks' bowls as we walk past you. And then we'll chant a blessing for you all in the Pali language, which you just learnt about this morning. And then everyone is welcome to have a shared meal. One suggestion is don't eat too much. When you eat too much, you get very sleepy. So although Wellbeing SA has put on a lot of very delicious food today, just be mindful of that fact. Yeah. So for the moment, just being mindful of those things. If you have any question, please feel free to write it down and pop it in the box, or you can leave it up here next to me on this bench here. So for now, we can all just make our way outside and find a stretch of the school grounds to do some walking meditation. And we'll make an announcement at some point to call you on again. Okay. Chanakush.
Just want to let you know that emergency exit point, this door and back door, and there is a door near to that two people over there, and the emergency signal point is playground. You can go to the playground, and also toilets, ladies and gents toilets inside here in my right hand side last corner. So you can use that one, and also back building there is two male and female toilets as well. So thank you.
Okay, so we can all try and do some walking meditation now. And the monks will chant a blessing for you all. And the blessing is to wish you all good health, happiness, and success. So if you can finish your walking meditation and make your way down to the lower area and take a plate of rice, and you can line up and wait for the monks to come out. So how's everyone going so far? Coping all right? Yeah. Meditation is something that we have to practice. That's why Buddhism, when you describe it as a religion, it's kind of doesn't fit in with the definition of a religion. But we call it practice. It's something that we train ourselves in doing. Yeah. So you really need to practice to get better at the meditation. Yeah. And the funny thing about meditation is you practice without desire. As soon as you want to get peaceful, you won't. It's actually the desire, wanting, craving, which will prevent one to gaining peace, which was a big learning curve for me when I first started meditating. I wanted to force myself to be peaceful, and it was very uh, difficult learning curve to understand that the exact desire to get peace with this kind of impatience was preventing me from actually gaining true peace. So learning how to practice without expectation, practice without um, overly willing or willpower, but just with patience and perseverance. Um, so this word you'll hear monks talk about all the time is patience. There's this great word in Thai called otton. Yeah, otton. And ot means to go without. So it's like when you are doing like fasting, you say ot cow. So you're going without food. So it's kind of like doing without, and then there's ton. Ton means to bear with. So I always think that's that paints you a really good picture of what patience is. You're kind of not following your desire to be impatient. You're kind of like not letting yourself become impatient, and you're bearing with it. So it's a very noble quality. You'll see any monk who's been a monk or a nun who's been in the robes for a long time, you'll see they've got a lot of otton. So that's something we have to cultivate in our lives as well. You'll find the more patience we have in our lives, the less uh, angry we get, the less upset we get, the less jealous. All these wonderful qualities come out of this sense of patience and forbearance. Okay, so we'll start the questions. Okay, first question is, I always get sad and angry. However much I try to let go, I keep on getting sad. Please let me know how to overcome this. So you'll find with practicing mindfulness meditation, you'll find that the way of dealing with a lot of emotions is very similar across the board. So when you start understanding your mind and how your thinking affects your mood, okay? So without mindfulness, we tend to follow our thinking, right? So if we think a thought of negativity, without mindfulness, we start making a story in our mind about, let's take anger as an example, right? Usually it's, I'm right, they're wrong. And we create a storyline to justify our negative thinking. That person is terrible because they did this, 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 and this. And we may be sitting in the hall here trying to meditate, but all we're thinking is a negative thought or thoughts about a particular person. And then we have anger arise. But what we're trying to do with mindfulness is see that process, okay? So we are seeing the process of how when we lose our mindfulness, we start following this negative train of thought, and then we feel angry, okay? So trying to be more mindful of that process of our minds. So this is why we meditate. When we cultivate mindfulness, we're becoming more aware of our hearts and minds. So we're understanding what goes on. Yeah. Uh, so, and know that it's possible to train yourself not to have to indulge in that storyline, not have to indulge in that negative thinking. Right. So, one skillful means is to develop the opposite emotion. We chanted it this morning. It's called loving kindness meditation. When we're sad and angry, the last thing we want to do is loving kindness meditation. It's quite a strange thing because it's the exact medicine that we need. But when we're in that mood, we're so habitually used to just following or indulging in that mood, and then we're lost in anger or sadness. But what we want to do with mindfulness is go, hey, okay, I'm in this hole at the moment. I need to pull myself out. How do I do that? So one of the ways I practice this is by reciting this mantra. A mantra is like a meditation object where we recite some words. So I used English as the way to practice this. So I use, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. And so I took this as a practice. You can even try this today. You can, when you're walking meditation, when you're practicing your feet touching the ground, you can recite, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from all suffering. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from all suffering. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from all suffering. Now, if we give ourselves a lot of time, a lot of patience in practicing this, you'll be amazed by the results. At first, your mind won't believe you, meaning like you don't believe the words you're saying. Maybe you don't even feel loving kindness in your heart just yet. But if you're patient and persevere with it, which is what I did as well. At first, I thought this is not working. My teacher, Ajahn Kalyano, he told me to use these words. And out of respect for him, I knew he knew what he was talking about, but I didn't believe that it could work for me. But based on the fact that I had a great deal of respect for him, I thought, okay, I'll give it a go. So I took it on as a practice whenever in the monastery I used to live in Victoria, it's on a mountain, and monks, we live in these huts in the forest. They're about 4 meters by 5 meters, little huts, and they're scattered across this mountain. And when I was my first couple of years of training, I was only 19, 20. And so I was quite fit. So I asked to stay in the furthest hut. We call them kutis. Kuti is a Pali word for a monk's hut. So I asked to stay in the furthest kuti, and it was a 20-minute walk uphill. So it's about 1 kilometer. And so I tried to use this mantra. I tried to stick with it from the moment I left the main area to the moment I got to my kuti. I tried to stay with, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. I'd get like a few 100 meters and my mind would be thinking about something else. And then, okay, bring it back again. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. And if you practice that every day, going up and going down, at first it didn't work. It felt like I wasn't getting anywhere with it. But like I said, out of respect for my teacher, I had decided to keep going with it. So may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. And then one day as I was walking down the hill, I saw another monk that I knew. And when I was seeing him from a distance, and I felt this emotion of loving kindness just arise in my heart. I was like, oh, wow, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. Oh, may he be well, happy, and free from suffering. May everyone be well, happy, and free from suffering. And I was like, oh, maybe this does work. It's kind of what we call brainwashing, washing your brain of negativity and putting in some positive thinking. You know, everyone has these like sayings, be positive, right? It's a good idea, but how do you do that, right? I always like to know the kind of nuts and bolts of things. Like, how do you actually do that? As an idea, being positive is a good idea, but how do you do that? So this was a really good method for me. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. Everybody has a different way of practicing this. Some people like to use the concept of a newborn puppy, like a little puppy. Everyone loves puppies, don't they? So you're holding like a little puppy. You can't be angry at a puppy, can you? If they, do things you don't want them to do, I'm sure you can get angry at a puppy, but not for long though. They're cute. They got big long ears. They're kind of soft. Everyone loves a puppy or a kitten, whichever you like. And so you imagine you're kind of holding this puppy and you feel this kind of warm feeling to a puppy, or anything that will generate this sense of kindness, compassion. But firstly, you have to direct it to yourself. That's really important, because our habit sometimes is always worry about other people, and we forget to worry about ourselves. We forget to look after our minds. If we try and help others and worry about others, but we forget about ourselves, it's often coming from a wrong place as well. So learning how to generate loving kindness for oneself is really important. So this is one technique. There's many techniques of generating it, but something maybe you can try today is this, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. Even when you're sitting meditation as well, if you find your mind is running away a bit too much, give it some work to do. Meaning, like, give it the work of this mantra, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. May I be well, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering. Yeah. It's a really good one to try and stay with. It's a bit easier sometimes in the breath. Sometimes the breath, it's very hard to find or to grasp onto, hold in your mind. But if you give it a sentence or some words to stay focused on, is a very good way of cultivating peace and and loving kindness at the same time. So as you practice this, then the sadness goes away because you're focusing on yourself. You're wishing yourself um, this sense of warm, loving kindness. So you'll find kind of negative feelings, sadness, depression, these sort of things will go down, and your general sense of well-being will come up as well. But you have to practice it. Okay. Can we turn the heater down a little bit? Is that right? Okay, what specific teaching or understanding changed your entire life and became a Buddhist monk? Which specific Buddhist teaching? Okay, all of them. So the number one question that monks get is, why did you become a monk? And so I've been a Buddhist monk for 20 years now. And it feels like yesterday. But so I started when I was 19 years of age. And I'm from New Zealand originally. And I got interested in Buddhism at 16. So I had a friend at high school, and her stepfather was a meditation teacher. And so he told me about Buddhism, and I was fascinated because I was very interested in religions at the time. I was wanting to find out a little bit more. I thought, there's more to life than just sort of eat, sleep, go to school, come back, repeat. You know. So I had kind of internal questions that I was interested in finding an answer for anyway. So I learned more about Buddhism through him, and he gave me some cassette tapes. Anyone know what a cassette tape is? And they were Dhamma talks, a bit like today, just some advice by students of our great teacher Ajahn Chah, and they're all Western monks who were trained under him. And they spoke like this. They didn't have a script or anything like that. They were just speaking from their experience and sharing that with others. And I really loved their honesty. When they taught Buddhism, they taught it from a point of view of somebody who has actually practiced it and maybe made some mistakes in their practice and shared what doesn't work for other people to know that, hey, practicing this way is not always the best way. This is a better way. And I felt like that was Buddhism brought alive for me. So then in New Zealand at the time, the internet wasn't very great, or I wasn't very interested in computers. So I used to go to libraries to find information about Buddhism. So I'd go to the religious section and find books on Buddhism. And a lot of them were kind of very scholastic, so I didn't really connect with them until I found a book called The Mind and the Way. And that was a book from teachings given by Ajahn Sumedho. So Ajahn Sumedho is the senior most disciple of our great teacher Ajahn Chah. He was an American, and back in the 1960s, he became a monk in northeast Thailand with Ajahn Chah. Okay, so northeast Thailand is a very poor part of Thailand back then, and completely different from Ajahn Sumedho's upbringing. He's from Seattle in America, and then he gave up everything to become a Buddhist monk in the jungles of northeast Thailand, eating sticky rice and all sorts of strange and wonderful cuisine that you find in northeast Thailand, including boiled frogs as well. So he was really impressive to me. He gave his talks like this, just off the cuff, and seemed to have a lot of things that resonated with me. He talked about the Four Noble Truths, Eightfold Noble Path. So I read the book, and also very impressed by the pictures in the book. As we all know, the first thing we do when we look at a book, we don't read the content, we look at the pictures. So I saw the first Buddhist monk I saw was in a picture. And I thought, our alms bowls that we were carrying around today, I thought they were drums. So I thought they were like Hare Krishnas. So they would have drums or something. So I was a bit confused. And I found out there was a monastery in my hometown in Wellington, an Ajahn Monastery. So I asked to go and stay there. And all my friends were saying, "Oh, you'll never make it. You're not a monk type." And I was like, "What's a monk type?" And I believed them as well. I thought, okay, it's not for me, but I want to go anyway. And at first I thought you had to be born a Buddhist to be a Buddhist. That's what I thought. So I thought I was a fake Buddhist. And so I went to the monastery being a fake Buddhist. And it wasn't in my bloodline, strange ideas. Yeah. And went to the monastery, and I was really impressed by the monks. So I saw that the monks had nothing, meaning no material possessions except for their robes and their bowl. So today you saw all our requisites, all our possessions. We've got nothing more, which is amazing. I was really impressed that that's something that you can do in this world, and how content they were with those few possessions. And I looked at myself being 18, and I was like, I'm much less content than these Buddhist monks who have got nothing. I've got all the opportunity in the world. I can do what I want, however I want to, whenever I want to, but I'm not content. Whereas these Buddhist monks had nothing. They have to stay in a monastery. They have to keep rules. They have a lot of discipline, but they seem more happy. So in my mind, I was inspired by that. So I decided to stay on, and I asked the abbot after 3 days, I asked to become a monk. And he said, whoa. He said, wait for a month. So very impatient. Yeah. Wait for a month, come back to me. If you're still feeling the same way after a month, then okay, I'll accept you. So I looked at my watch. It was 3 p.m. and I clicked my watch. Okay, 1 month. At 3 p.m., 30 days later, I went up to him and said, "Yeah, I want to do it." A very strange thing. When I actually asked him that last time, it was very emotional. I just had tears come down because it was like I was giving up everything. I didn't know why I was emotional at the time. I felt very embarrassed that I was emotional as well. But looking back on it, it was like I was leaving everything, family, friends, everything I was used to become a Buddhist monk. Yeah. But at that time, I was so convinced that this is what I want to do, that didn't matter. So I asked to become first year training. Part of first year training, you have to wear white and keep 8 precepts for a year before you can take on your second year training, which is 10 precepts, and then you're in the brown robe. So very quickly, the abbot in Wellington said, if you really want to do this, I recommend you to travel to Melbourne to train under Ajahn in Buddha Bodhipala Monastery. Because if you stay at home, my parents, who are probably watching this live as well, are probably pretty keen to have you back home. So if you've got a little bit of distance from what's familiar and to you, like family and friends, then it helps you kind of really throw yourself into the training of a Buddhist monk without having to worry about friends and family visiting too often. Yep. So I followed his advice and I traveled to Melbourne and I became a student of Ajahn Kalyano. Yeah. So to answer the question, there wasn't a specific teaching which was a light bulb moment for me, but it was more the Buddhist teachings made sense to me. It was based in kind of almost like science. It was kind of, there was cause and effect. It all made sense. So I couldn't really fault the Buddhist teachings anywhere. I tried to fault it a lot, actually. But it was definitely something that proved itself to me as well as I practiced. So then I wanted to commit myself more and more to it. So no light bulb moment, but just a young guy really keen to give it a go. But I always tell people that becoming a monk is not the end of the story. It's staying a monk is the story. Because when you become a monk, it's very easy to become a monk, but to stay a monk for your whole life is very extra special, because you have to take on that training and you have to stay committed and sincere for your whole life. So, but it has an amazing effect on a human being as well. When you commit yourself to the Dhamma Vinaya, it's something very, very special. You learn so much about yourself, about your mind, and also you have the opportunity to share that with others as well. Anyone interested can come up to Bodhipala. Okay, next question. I find sitting meditation more convenient than walking. During walking meditation, I feel that my mind stays more alert but less focused on meditation itself. On the other hand, during sitting meditation, I intend to focus on bodily aches and pains instead of the meditation. Could you please offer some guidance on how to work with these challenges? And again, a really common experience with the change of posture, the walking meditation. Sometimes when we've been more internally focused with our eyes closed and in the sitting meditation posture, to transfer that outside to a more dynamic posture and with a lot more kind of sense input, it's very easy to feel a little bit distracted, because there's more things to distract you. And we're used to being distracted when we're walking around. So that's why when we walk meditation, we don't walk like looking up like this. We try and bring our focus down to about 2 meters in front of ourselves. We call it eyes cast down. Yeah. And this is a very good way of staying composed. And just notice your desire to look around. So, oh, what's that noise? I heard that bird. Oh, and you look around. Oh, I forgot to keep my eyes cast down. So you start to get to know yourself really well and how sense, desire comes up. I want to look at, what's that person doing? What's that sound? Something like that. So learning how to stay composed, restraint with our kind of eyes will help that walking meditation as well. You'll notice that monks and nuns who have been monks and nuns for a long time, you'll notice whenever they walk somewhere, they go into that mode straight away. Their kind of eyes are cast down. We walk and we kind of automatically go to your meditation. So that's why before the meal I was mentioning that it's a great way of transferring that meditation from the meditation cushion to everyday life. Yeah. It becomes your like default setting. When you're sitting meditation and feeling pain, it's very normal for that to become something that overwhelms you or becomes something you end up focusing on more than your meditation object. So it almost becomes like a battle between you going to, I'm feeling so sore, I just want this meditation to stop, to, hang on, I've got to be at the breath, and it'll stay at the breath for a moment and you're back to the pain again. So it's not wrong to move as well. If you're feeling a lot of pain, it's better to find a posture that kind of helps alleviate a little bit of pain. You don't have to just sit there with excruciating pain. I used to do that. The first 2 weeks of being in the monastery, I wasn't used to sitting for so long. And there was actually a meditation retreat was held just as I entered the monastery. So it was 8 hours of meditation every day. And my knees were yelling at me. It was really, really painful. And I would sit there and I'd be sweating with all the pain and kind of suffering until I asked the teacher, what to do about this. And he said, it's not wrong to move. It's fine. Also be patient as well. Sometimes it takes a long time for your body to be comfortable or to be settled in the cross-legged position as well. So give yourself time. Don't just give up on it. Also, our reaction to pain is often not often, always, I don't want pain. I hate pain. Pain is something we really make a big deal about. So part of meditation is learning about the mental side of suffering of the pain. So as soon as we feel discomfort, normally speaking, we'll move, right? So if we're feeling tired when we're standing up, we sit down. If we're feeling a bit tired from sitting down, we stand up. If we're tired from those two postures, we lie down. And even when you lie down, if you lie down for too long, you feel uncomfortable as well. So we're constantly moving from trying to make this body comfortable all the time. So instead of following that all the time, part of meditation is learning how to deal with your mind and what you're doing, what your mind's reaction is to the pain. We often make a big deal over a bit of discomfort as well. So, okay, I'm feeling pain. Oh no, there's probably something wrong. I've got knee cancer or something, or I've got some issue. Our mind can create this incredible storyline around a little bit of pain. And it's something that we can use mindfulness to watch and not always follow. So, once again, patience with that as well. But pain is something that we all feel and we all have to go through. But there's no one solution. There's many techniques. I'll be talking all day about these things if you let me. But one thing to investigate in is if you do feel pain, you can also send your attention to the pain with mindfulness. you just allow your mind to go to the place of pain. Say it's, typically speaking, it's for people in their knees or in their back. So you go to your knees and you investigate, where is the pain? You try and identify the spot where the pain is. And often your attention will go to the pain and you're like, I can't find where exactly is it. And sometimes the pain will just disappear as well. So then you get to know that pain is impermanent. It arises and it passes away. Okay? So we're starting to learn about ourselves and learn about what pain truly is. Sometimes you can just ignore the pain and just stay with your breath if your mind is strong. Sometimes you need to move just to alleviate a bit so you can feel a bit more comfortable to come back to your breathing again. Yep. So there's a few techniques there. Within the 5 precepts, which of them do you feel people in this age struggle the most, or even not even aware that they are breaking the precept? What guidance would you give to help us to abide by the precepts? So those of you who don't know the 5 precepts, I'll just go through them. The first one is not killing anything or anyone. Second one is not stealing, so not respecting other people's property. Third is only having one partner, so whether it's husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, just having one. Fourth is not lying, and fifth is not taking drink or drugs. So what is the precept that people break the most? I think you can all answer that for yourselves. The last 2 are usually the ones that people break the most. So it's something for you to ask yourselves as to what precepts do we need to work on. And the precepts are there for our well-being. So it gives you happiness when you keep precepts. So people won't keep precepts if they don't understand why. Why do we keep precepts? We keep precepts because it brings our mind some buoyancy. It gives us a wholesome sense of self-confidence as well. Okay, so keeping precepts, you become a trusted person, a trustworthy person. You're not harming anyone. You're not trying to take anything away from anyone. You're not getting deluded by drink and drugs. You're straight up kind of like in your dealings with others. So precepts are there for you to keep, right? It's not about monks saying you should not do this. Because when somebody externally tells you to do something, it's not as effective as seeing the good results which come from keeping precepts for yourself. Monks, we have 227 precepts to keep. So we've got a big job. 5 precepts is easy, in my opinion, and also so worthwhile looking into as well. When we don't kill anything, we feel very happy because we haven't taken the life of anything. Even flies, even termites, even anything, we don't kill anything. we feel this kind of wholesome sense of goodness, self-confidence that, okay, we've never hurt or harmed anyone. Not stealing anything, you don't have that anxiety about what are people going to think about me because I've stolen this, or stealing something. You always got to hide something with another lie. So you can see that these precepts can very easily be interrelatable, because as soon as you start stealing, you start lying about it, and this creates anxiety in our minds. So if you want a mind free from anxiety, then you give maybe some importance to the precepts. Coming up, well, we actually just started the Rains Retreat, which is a 3-month period of time where monks have to stay in the monastery for 3 months, and it's a time where people take on special practices. So something to think about, maybe if you wanted to commit to that from today until October 26th. Yeah, I'm going to try and keep the 5 precepts for that period of time and see if Ajahn Nyana was right. The other precepts, like lying, when you lie, people are like, oh, what if it's a white lie? What if my partner asks me something and I don't want to hurt their feelings? A lie is a lie, and honesty is honesty. So to make that really clear in your mind, lying doesn't mean you need to tell everyone what you think as well. You can be reserved, you can be silent. That's fine. But lying also increases anxiety, because what do you have to do when you lie? You have to remember that lie. You have to carry that lie around with you all day, every day. And then you have to, oh, what did I tell that person last time? Yeah. And you've got to cover another lie with another lie. And then you have to carry that lie around as well. And then you have to lie about that lie. Oh my goodness. And then it's much easier to not lie. Yeah. Then you feel really good about yourself. Yeah. So you can see this creates a buoyancy of mind. Yeah. And then the last precept is no drink or drugs. Some people struggle with this one. No alcohol, not even a drop of alcohol. So people say, oh, about one glass won't hurt. But what does one glass lead to? Another glass. And then sure enough, you're 6 glasses down and, it hasn't gone so well. And what can happen when you're not in the right frame of mind is that you can break all the other precepts very easily, because you don't have mindfulness at that time. So if you cherish the quality of clear mind, a clear mind and mindfulness, then you'll notice that drink and drugs take that away from you. So when you see that, then you're like, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. So for me, that made perfect sense when I first came to the monastery. I actually didn't know any of the precepts when I first went into the monastery. I didn't know about 5 precepts, 8 precepts. I learned all that in the monastery. So I jumped in the deep end. But I really found out for myself that, oh, this is the value of precepts. So once you understand the value, then you want to keep them yourself. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the answer to the question, like which of them do you feel people in this age struggle the most? I would say people struggle with all of them, but it's different for everyone. Yeah. Okay, next question. Why do people leave us and move on? How to overcome that hurt and betrayal and still continue to be good and make efforts. So leave us in terms of, I'm just presuming that's not be in our lives anymore, or maybe it even means as somebody passes away as well. When we lose a good friend or a partner, maybe go through some breakup or something like that, we often find it very challenging. There's a lot of pain involved. Maybe there was some betrayal as well. And you'll find your mind will bounce back to the past a lot. Why was it like that? It shouldn't have been like that. So our minds are constantly going back to regurgitate the past and why it wasn't like, what could I have done better to fix this? Why was she or he like that? Why did they hurt me? I did nothing to do, nothing to hurt them. So a lot of these thoughts about the past or imagination in the present as well. So our mind tends to get swept up in this thinking. So we're trying to learn how to, with this mindfulness practice that we're doing today, we're trying to learn how to bring our minds back to the present moment and see our thinking. We see how we're sitting here in this hall with good people, but we're busy thinking about this other person, and they're not even here. They might not even be thinking about us, and we're getting furious with them. And then when you realize you've done that, it's kind of been already 30 minutes, and you kind of realize, oh, hang on, I'm supposed to be meditating. So that is still worthwhile. That meditation session is still worthwhile. Even if you brought your mindfulness back one time in a whole hour, that's still worthwhile. So learning how to see the content of your mind, seeing how it constantly regurgitates memories, betrayals, what ifs, and these sorts of things, right? So we're learning how to bring that back to the present moment and notice, hey, I've thought about this like thousands of times, hasn't made me feel any better. So what do? I'll bring my mindfulness back to the present moment and try and start letting go. And if you're patient enough and you keep practicing letting go, again, I'm talking about letting go again, letting go of those thoughts, they'll come back up again, but also you practice letting go of them again. So if you're patient and persistent enough, then you'll start noticing a decline in thinking about that person and the betrayal, because it's not helping you. Yeah. To help yourself, you need to bring up mindfulness, let go, and move on. Yeah. But that's a training. Yeah. So don't expect great results overnight, but you'll see over the long term that this really works. And still continue to be good and make efforts. And that's the thing, you've got to give yourself some encouragement sometimes as well. Sometimes it needs to come externally, like you come and meet monks and they give you encouragement in going through that difficulty, or support network, friends and family being supportive of you going through that difficult time. And that helps you kind of keep doing what you're doing, keep letting go, keep being patient with yourself, keep seeing how thinking about the past or thinking about that person doesn't help you move on. Okay. Respected Venerable, how do I know if I am progressing or improving on my mindfulness meditation? What are some clear and distinguishable signs, features that I can continue, that I am continuing to be improving? That's really difficult to answer, because I was in the same boat when I started as well. I went up to Ajahn Kalyano after a year of being in white, and I went up to Lumpur Kalyano and I said, I've been in white and meditating for a year. I haven't got anything. And he laughed at me. He said, I've been a monk for over 20 years. I'll be happy if I let go of ice cream. And I thought, oh, I thought he would have let go of ice cream already. And I knew he had, but he was trying to adjust my expectations as well. You don't become enlightened overnight, because we often have let our minds go, meaning like we've been acting unmindfully for so many years. We can't expect enlightenment in 30 minutes, right? In terms of signposts and of improving, we love that, don't we? We want to sort of, we've been educated to start with, primary school or kindergarten, we go through our education process, we get certificates at each point until we get our bachelor's degree or master's degree, and we get a certificate. We've got something to show for it. But in meditation, you don't get any of that. So we want to, the tendency is that we want to meditate for a short period of time and we want to know, okay, is this working? Is this worthwhile? But it takes a long time. But it's the most worthwhile thing you can do for yourself. So in terms of signposts, you have to kind of, I often talk to people, you've got to zoom out a little bit. And if you've been meditating for a period of time, you ask yourself, am I the same as I was before? Do I get as angry as I used to? Do I get as greedy or jealous, envious? Am I happier than I was before? And for me, I can confidently say, yes, I am happier than I was before. But in terms of day-to-day meditation to meditation, it's often harder to see those signposts. So you've kind of got to give it plenty of time and again, adjust one's expectation of oneself. But if you take up the whole package of the Buddha's teachings, meaning precepts, meditation, and all that's involved in the Buddha's teachings, then you'll find that you will see improvements very quickly. So yeah, there's no kind of like little signpost that clicks up in your brain. You're okay, yep, you're doing well. But you often have to give yourself that encouragement as well. Keep going, you can do it. Or you come and see monks and we're like, yep, keep going, you're doing great. Meditation, chanting, very good. And over a long period of time, you'll see great results. Again, try the 3-month the Rains Retreat period until the 26th of October. Try and implement. I've been telling people at the monastery who are coming to visit, I said, try 2 things. 1, try and do without something that you know you should give up on, okay? So everyone can think of something they know they could give up for 3-month period of time, okay? Whether that's giving up on some sort of like TV series that you're addicted to. I knew a gentleman who gave up on looking at the news for 3 months. He deleted all the news apps from his mobile phone. And he said, okay, for 3 months, I'm not going to look at Al Jazeera, ABC, nothing. And he found it was wonderful. He found that his mind was a lot more positive because when you turn on the news, what do you see? Bad news, right? So he found that that was a really good experiment and that he could continue doing that after that 3-month period as well. So learn how to give up one thing in your life for 3 months and then do something good for yourself for 3 months. Okay. So maybe doing like we're doing today, doing some meditation, implementing a 5, 10, 15 minutes, 30 minutes is the best. If you can manage that, a 30-minute meditation every single day, no matter what happens, no what the children are doing, what your husband or wife is doing, what the world's doing. You are going to your little room in your house and you're going to meditate at that particular time and just see if you can keep that up for the 3 months period of time. So one thing you can do without and one thing you're going to do positively. Yeah, and I would say everyone would get something from that if you try that. And you'll see that you'll be halfway through, the first couple of weeks, you'll be really enthusiastic. You're like, oh, Ajahn Yana said, oh, I'm going to give this up. I'm going to give this up. And then after a while, say it's chocolate cake. And you sort of like, I'm going to give up chocolate cake. And then first week, no chocolate cake, no way. And then after a couple of weeks, somebody brings you a chocolate cake and you're like, oh, just, it's a shame to waste, So you determine no chocolate cake. So, and then you keep that up. So you'll see your mind's addiction to the chocolate cake, and you want to go back to the chocolate cake. So keep that up over 3 months. This is a really great skill to learn, and it becomes fun actually when you know that you don't have to be a slave to your desires and to your kind of moods and emotions. It's actually fun because it's freeing. You're like, oh, I don't have to just follow that desire to eat that chocolate cake. I can choose to eat or not eat because I have that strength of mind. Yeah. I just found out that I've got high cholesterol, so I've got a determination no cholesterol types of foods. So I'm doing it as well. So and so the first day I did it, my habit was to go. The lay people make this beautiful food for the monks every single day, and so my normal reaction is go to the pizza, and I noticed, oh, my arm was going for the pizza, and then my mindfulness came up. Oh, no pizza. So learning how to be mindful and noticing what your mind does. Next question. What is the process for becoming a monk at Bodhipala? So the process starts by contacting the monastery and asking to come and stay at the monastery. And then we kind of check if you're suitable to come and stay, and then you try out the monastery, keeping the 8 precepts. So just earlier I mentioned a little bit about the kind of how it is in the training system to become a monk. Back when I first did my training, it was 1 year in white, then 1 year as a novice monk, and then you became full, what we call upasampada, or full ordination as a monk. But nowadays it's a little bit quicker. But usually that period of time where you come and stay in the monastery for a period of time, the monks get to know you, you get to know the monks, we get to see if you're suitable to become a monk, and you get to see if you're going to be suited to be a monk. And you start to learn about the rules and regulations of a Buddhist monk. Like I said, there's 227 rules to be mindful of as well. So to become a monk, we have to know that you're ready to take on that big responsibility to take on those precepts. So it's usually a period of us getting to know you, you getting to know us. Yep. And fortunately now at Bodhipala Monastery, we have a proper what's called a pattasima, which is a consecrated stone marker area in our little Dhammasala, which is like a little hall there, which we can do ordinations in. And last year in 2025, I qualified in Thailand to become a preceptor. So I can run the ordinations. So we can do the ordinations in Bodhipala Monastery as well. So everything is available here now in Adelaide. But the main thing is to know that you're ready to do it. So the best thing is to go and stay at the monastery, try it out. So that's how to become a monk. How to stay a monk, that's part 2. So Ajahn, how do I minimize my expectation when it comes to job interviews, which I really want to succeed? Does that say interviews? Which I really want to succeed. Okay, that's a very common question to me as well, because as we all know, when we apply for a job, it's not just one job that we've applied for. We put our application into many, many places, and to succeed in a job, you have to deal with a lot of rejection. So a lot of what's behind that question is learning how to deal with rejection as well. So one of the techniques that I like to suggest to people is to treat every interview as your first interview. Okay, so you really throw yourself into that interview as if it's your very first one, not your hundredth one, but your very first interview. And that comes across to the person who's trying to interview you as well. You see the person's enthusiasm, you see their commitment, their skill set, these type of things. So really putting your best foot forward, being mindful of the reaction when you are rejected. It's nothing personal, just learning how to let go of that sense of loss and rejection when it comes to not getting that job as well. And then moving on with a fresh mind state for the next interview as well. Because you will eventually find something which suits you as well, but it just takes time. If we fall into this negative thinking, nobody wants me, I'm terrible, it's the worst thing, I've been to too many interviews, I can't get anything. That's not an attitude which, if an employer sees that, they're not going to want to hire you, are they? If you put your best foot forward, take every interview as your first interview, this is a really good approach. And it's the same with meditation as well. Often we feel like we're not very good meditators, we're failing at it, my mind's going everywhere, but treat every meditation session as your first meditation session. So ask yourself or tell yourself, what am I supposed to do here? What's the instructions? How do I meditate? What quality of mind am I bringing to this? If you learn how to fail or learn how to not let your negative mind get the better of you, then you can bring this fresh approach to every single meditation session, every single interview. Okay. when I start to, when I started to, I think it's trying to say, when I start to meditate about the breath, meaning bringing my mind to the in and out breathing, I don't feel it thoroughly. Is this normal? Yes, and throughout the day, I'll go through some throughout the day, I'll go through some different techniques on what other tools you can bring to the meditation as well. So this morning, I just went through the anapanasati or mindfulness of breathing. So there's other techniques which can help you bring a more sharper mindfulness to your meditation object. So when you're just focusing on the breath, it's quite to bring about a more sincerity to your practice, because we can kind of get swamped by our thinking. Our thinking seems like quite enticing. Oh, I've got to think about this, and to just think about the breath is quite hard sometimes. But if you start asking yourself these questions, where do I feel the breath? How do I feel the breath? What does it feel like? What is its qualities? So this is a very good thing to help you bring back your attention to the breathing. So I always like to use the word sincerity. Bring back that sincerity to each and every meditation session. Very similar to each and every interview you go to, job interview. So keep coming back to each breath, keep cherishing each breath. This is what keeps us alive. So learning how to be mindful of each and every breath. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with that. Handwritings. Something. How do monks keep abreast of what's happening in the world? Do they read something other than the scriptures? Or do they read books other than the scriptures? Like back on science and current affairs. So monks don't need to read the news or books because lay people, we have contact with lay people every day. So the lay people come to offer us the daily meal, just like what happened today up at Bodhipala Monastery. And they often tell us what's going on in the world, the terrible things. But one of the reasons why we become monks is we want to have a bit of space in our mind away from that constant barrage of information. Because we see, okay, it doesn't actually make you that happy to know that there's 17 wars happening in the world, or every single moment of every single day. So it's not that we're being ignorant to the world, but we're choosing not to focus on those things and focus more on inner happiness as a source of world peace, starting with each and every person, right? How do we solve um, uh, the world's problems? Well, it starts with every single one of us. We have to work on ourselves. If we make ourselves peaceful, if each and every one of us takes responsibility to do that, then the world becomes a peaceful place by each and every unit person. So 7 billion people start meditating and practicing 5 precepts. That solves everything. Yeah. So there's a certain amount of not wanting to consume too much non-Dhamma material because we're trying to focus on the Dhamma as well. So science books, there may be some monks who like science books, and I do know some monks who do like to draw upon like science and literature and things, and bring in kind of bridge the gap between those different disciplines and bring a more sort of Dhamma approach to them, and that's very valid as well. But there's a lot of things to learn as a Buddhist monk. So in the initial years, you have to really throw yourself into learning about the chanting, learning about the rules, learning about the monastic discipline. So there's a lot to learn. So we tend not to read too much. We don't read novels or science books too much. But there may be some monks who have got some interest in that. It's not a problem. Okay, 2 more. Once a person chooses to be a monk or a monastic in the Theravada tradition, do they ever have any communications or interactions with their own family? What guidance is provided to them to navigate attachments to family? Yeah, so we still keep contact with our families. My parents, who are probably watching this, like I said, they were not too pleased with me becoming a monk. They were worried that I was joining a cult and they'll never see their son ever again. I, at that point, understand everything about the monk's life. And to be fair, neither did I, but I was really keen to learn. So you don't have to cut your family off completely in any way. But you do see your attachments to your family. So when I moved to Melbourne, I had a lot of homesickness. I felt I definitely saw all the attachments I did have to friends and family. So that was something that I needed to work through myself. Yeah. So it's not, if you become a monk, this robe is a magic wand or anything. You put it on and all your suffering disappears. It's very confrontational. So you get to see your mind and learn how to let go of your attachments. So one thing that I experienced when I first went into the monastery was I missed New Zealand a lot. And I like to tell all my monk friends who are Australian monks how great New Zealand was, and nobody really wanted to listen. So I suddenly realized, oh, nobody's really interested in hearing about New Zealand. I'm talking about it too much. I must be attached, and I was, and I noticed that, hey, I've got this self-identity. I'm a New Zealander, or you know, my parents are actually Irish, so more Irish than I am New Zealand. So I noticed that I had a self-identity of where I was born, where I was from, and we all have that. And so we become attached to that as a sense of self. So learning how to let go of that. So I made a rule for myself, don't talk about New Zealand. So every time I wanted to talk about New Zealand, I noticed, hey, I must be feeling attached to something about my past. So I also made a determination not to go back to New Zealand for 5 years. And I didn't tell anyone about that except for my teacher, because I noticed that a lot of senior teachers that had become monks for a long time, they never went back home too quickly. So my tendency is I want to go home. I want to visit my parents. I want to visit that which is familiar. I want to visit my friends. But I made a firm determination, not until I was 5 years a monk would I go home. And I did that. And it was very tough to see my attachments, but it was also good because it was like a mirror. You got to see what you were attached to and let go of it. Yeah. Then after 5 years, when I did go home, it was really great because all my friends and family had realized I'd disappeared to become a monk, and they wanted to know or learn about what I was doing for all that time. So it's also because I was 19, all your friends when you're 19 are doing different things. They're not becoming Buddhist monks. So by the time that 5 year, it ended up being about 6 or 7 years, had passed, a lot of them had worked through their kind of 20s a little bit and become a little bit wiser themselves. And so they had a lot more questions about Dhamma to me. So they were interested in what I learned as a Buddhist monk. So that was very rewarding as well. Yeah. And what guidance is provided to them to navigate attachments to family? So we're very lucky as Buddhist monks. We have a great resource in our teachers, and our teachers are we have access to them 24/7. So if I ever had a problem, Ajahn Kali and I just knock on his door, and he was there always to give me advice, to give me spiritual support. So we're very, very fortunate as monks. We have the best support, which is other monks who are also very, very committed to the spiritual path. So yeah, we're very spoilt for spiritual support there. Okay, last question. I am training for a 10-day Vipassana retreat. Sounds like a marathon there. And practicing 45 minutes of Vipassana meditation each day to begin preparing. I became very unwell with bad stomach issues and wondering if it could be from intensive meditation training leading to the retreat. Thank you. So sometimes if we're trying too hard with too much attachment or craving, we can end up being tense, and it can kind of feel a little bit like, you know, we're kind of, you can either get tension. A lot of people get headaches, and tension headaches, maybe tense shoulders, trying too hard with too much craving. So the best way is to talk to yourself, tell yourself, okay, what's my approach? Again, coming back to the every single meditation is your first meditation. What is the instructions? What do I have to do? Keep coming back to the breath, adjusting your approach as well. So what we're trying to do is work on right effort. So it's one of the factors of the Eightfold Noble Path, right effort. And so what is right effort? And that's a question you need to ask yourself. Now, a few days ago was what's called the Asala Puja Day. And the Asala Puja Day was the day the Buddha gave his first teaching. And that was called the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. And in that teaching, he taught about the middle way, okay? The middle way of practice. And that's not too tense or too loose, right? And so you ask yourself, how do you get to that middle way of practice? So the middle way of practice is right effort. It's right everything. But in my experience, we tend to go to the two extremes. We get too tense, we get uptight, we hold it wrongly, and then we could have bounced back to not doing it or being lazy, or then we go back to, oh no, I've got to put in more effort. And we're kind of swinging from these two extremes until we try and start learning what's the middle way of practice. Yeah. And that's a question you have to ask yourself, and you've got to learn from yourself as well. Learn from kind of trial and error a little bit as well. So a lot of it is with that sincerity to each and every meditation session. You ask yourself, what type of flavor are you bringing to this meditation session? Are you feeling uptight, or are you feeling like you're wanting to get something out of this? Are you trying too hard? Are you not trying hard enough? That's something you need to sort of notice in your own mind. So it's a bit of trial and error. Yep. Yep. So that would be my advice for that. We've gone on a little bit long now, so maybe let you stretch your legs, get some fresh air outside, and we'll do some walking meditation for about half an hour or so, and we'll try and indicate somehow to that it's the next session. We'll come back inside. Again, if there is any more questions, feel free to put them in the box again, and we might have another answering questions. There seem to be a lot, so if that's useful, you can continue to put them in the box. Okay.